We have returned, hopefully. Um, Welcome back. I am really quickly posting that I am live in other places. Hello. Hello, Kerbal Boy. Alright, so we're gonna start this stream off with a question. I watched NGE and EOE. All of it already? In like, what, 2 weeks? Holy shit, congrats. How'd you like it? In like 2 days! Oh no, you poor thing. Um, how was it? Sorry you subjected yourself to that. Very mixed feelings. Yeah, I did the first time too. I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna do with Rin. You can feel free to share those feelings and I will comment on them. But essentially, we have this plane, and it can be upgraded with new engines to get to Mach 2, probably. Maybe. But that's about it. Like, it's gonna be hard limited to about Mach 2. Now, the other option is to do this. And give it new wings and a new body. Literally just like cut that shit off and make it an altitude plane. Two U2 engines. This can barely do 25 kilometers, but it does in fact work. And I don't know which I want to do. If I'm being honest. The other thing is that these are subsonic inlets, so we would need new inlets if we want to go significantly faster than the speed of sound. Just don't know. But yeah, what do you have mixed feelings about? As far as Neon Genesis is concerned. The other thing is that we have an altitude X-plane. Um, it's not this one. What is this? Oh, this is my X3, which is also going to be the X15. I'm thinking that we could maybe make the X15 also the F104. I don't know about that. This is also not the one that I'm looking for. Here's that one. Also not this one. Where? Huh. This one? Yes, this one. I'm not gonna write an essay in chat, but my main problem is how sexualized Rei and Asuka are and Misato's behavior around Shinji. Okay, so my comments on that. Completely agree with you on the first two, on Rei and Asuka. Um, because, like, oh shit, let me snooze the ads. Stop! Um, because they are just weirdly sexualized, and, I mean, it's mostly Rei, right? It's mostly Rei, it's mostly not Asuka, it's mostly Rei. And my sort of counter argument to that is that it's less of a like animes being perverted and more so a storytelling device. Like it is an anime about child abuse, disguised as a mech fighting alien anime. Um and I think that it does a really good job of that. But it definitely does touch on some like really fucking serious shit. Um but yeah. Misato, I think, was just doing what she had to do to save the world and to get Shinji to get off his ass. Oh shit, Kerbal just crashed. What the fuck? That has not happened yet. Uh-oh. I grabbed the plane and it fucking blew up. Well. Alright, restarting. But yeah, Misato, I think, just kind of did what she thought would convince Shinji to save the world. Not gonna say that it's right, because it's fucked. But you know, it she did what she thought she had to do, and I will leave it at that. Uh but no, it definitely was like fucked, right? Like it definitely was not. I don't know. The whole anime is very like knee jerky in that it addresses very serious things and is also kind of uncomfortable to watch. But I think it's a good anime. Anyway, I am gonna run an ad break because fucking we're not doing anything. So might as well waste 3 minutes where we're not doing anything. But yeah, that's basically my 2 cents on mostly End of Evangelion. But I don't know. I think that it is an anime about abuse and also like humanity's worst faults. I think is another big theme, which is why Gendo is the way that he is. Oh, oh shit! It tells me people shouting me out on their stream. Twitch just does so much shit now that I do not remember it doing. Yeah, that scene was fucking wild. Um, I that scene in the end of Evangelion. I mean, anyone who's seen it immediately knows the scene in question. But that scene in the beginning is it holy fuck. I definitely had to pause the movie and like get up and get a beer when that first happened because I was just like, Jesus Christ, why did they make me watch that? But I don't know. A friend of mine who was watching it Evangelion with me, I would keep pointing out things about Shinji and Asuka. Rei less so because she doesn't really have the same like character flaws. And their answer was like, well, yeah, but they're 14. And it's like, both of them are just a little stupid and incredibly impulsive and whatever, and they're 14. And when you're 14 and under that much stress, life kind of just does stupid shit. So, I don't know. I definitely had to watch Evangelion a second time through to like get the context. Oh, I said that I had to get up and like pause the movie and get a drink when that scene happened. Um because it was a lot. Stream might be lagging right now though, for all I know. Are we back? Can you hear me? Is it stable? Or are we still lagging? We've been back. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I had to get up and like pause the movie and get a beer when that scene came on. But what I was saying is that it took like a second watching through of all of the original series to really come to understand the characters. Because I had to look through the lens of like knowing what is about to happen and the storytelling devices and all of that, and also just like approaching it from the angle of like these are not characters, these are children, and they're gonna do things and they're gonna be emotional in ways that don't make sense and don't seem productive and whatever because they're fucking 14 and stupid like we all were. So um yeah, they are really realistic characters. Like they're very well written, which makes it even harder to like watch them be put through all the things that they're being put through, and it's like Jesus Christ, dude. Like leave Shinji and Asuka and Rei the fuck alone. What the fuck? So, I don't know. It's a tough watch, but I do highly recommend it. You got some deep shit, but you also got mecha. um Sorry for inadequate warnings. I guess I should have given trigger warnings. I just didn't think to. Okay. So I almost want to take this and area rule it better. But at the same time, how the fuck do I area rule this? But let's try. Um kind of like that. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe. I feel really bad for Shinji, and I think part of that is because my own dad was neglectful to me too. Oh yeah, no, same. Um, Completely same. So I do get that. I do think that that's actually part of why I like the series so much, is because it is unfortunately realistic. Um, but yeah. All right, let's see how well that does. Like a transonic drag analysis, area curve. Hmm, needs to be more forward. I don't know how much better that is than the original. Is like, don't save, merge this in, and then cut it here. Do all this shit. That versus that. 1.713 versus, what is this number? 1.3. That is with the gear down though. The 1.2 versus 1.5. Okay, so just straight fuselage is actually better. Okay. I'm gonna lower the mass of these. I'm not gonna lower the mass of this one and this one, because these are the yaw control surfaces. Those are the ones that are likely to be under the most stress. Um, but yeah. Now, is this a good in, or should we do? Or what is your air requirement? 0.25. I don't know. I want to try this. I want to try basically making. Sort of structure. maybe? A bit of that. Oh god. Here we go. 1.16. Okay. 1. Okay, I think that is about as low drag as it can get. Have to do. I think that works. Like, it's definitely a hell of an area curve. Um, I'm interested in one more modification. Oop, just clone this. If we do winglets. There. Okay. Yeah, get that work. And I know that it has the center of mass here behind the center of lift. I don't think that that's reflective of reality. Like, we'll see when we get this thing out, but I think it should be okay. This has damn near half the Mach 1 wave drag, which means that its drag should be a lot lower, and it hopefully can do quite a bit more altitude. We'll see. But yeah, sorry if Evangelion fucked you up. I guess I should have given a trigger warning. I didn't think anybody was gonna go out and watch a 30 episode anime and 2-hour movie. But honestly, that's some shit that I would do. So I don't know why I didn't assume that. Kind of on me. At least you get the references. God, I need to cut back on coffee, like, immediately. Because there is a chance that in a few weeks' time, I will not be a barista. And I need to plan for that. But I don't know. Whoa, dude. Dude. Please. I forgot I had to put y'all limits on this. Context to the barista comment. I have an interview tomorrow. For a library position. I will leave it at that lest I dox myself. But yeah. They reached out to me. They have not even posted the position yet, so I think my odds of actually getting the job are pretty high. Well, I thought I was gonna get fired. After talking to my boss, that seems to not be the case, but we will see. Alright, I need to set pitch rate limits to like the minimum possible. Please fly straight. Oh, Jesus. Why is it doing that? I'm gonna try air launching it, and if it still does that, then we're gonna have some problems. Oh. You know, I am bad at being a barista and the job is not for me, and I'm trying to find an alternative because the job is not for me. Um, but I was an award-winning library student worker, so I think library job probably a good fit. So that's kind of what I'm banking on. Problem is there's not a lot of library gigs. But when the library calls, when the library comes knocking on your door saying we have a job, that's probably a good sign. All right. Herbal. Oh god, do I not have them? Oh, what am I? Oh fuck, that's what it is. Hold on. You might notice that we don't have yaw surfaces. That is on purpose, but I do have to have them actually set up properly. That should work. We'll see. Yeah. It's essentially configured like a flying wing because that gives us the absolute minimum amount of drag. Whether or not we actually need a tail, though, I don't know. It was flying before without one fine, but we have changed it, so I don't know how stable it is. We will have to see. Okay. Pump the brakes. Okay. Those go in opposite directions. Also go in opposite directions. Was it just a function of brake rudder? Yes. Okay. I wonder if that was also why we were having takeoff issues. I'm gonna test that here in a second. But I'm going to cut that, cut the pitch rate quite a bit. I'm also gonna change that yaw rate because I want it to yaw very, very little, if possible. Takeoff speed's gonna be about a 70 meter per second or so. Nope. That is not why we were having takeoff issues. Here to just have those. I could potentially. I could potentially. Though at this point, I don't think that that's the issue. I think that the issue is that the center of lift is in fact too far forward. Because you'll notice that it just keeps pitching up. And that is pretty indicative of a center of lift that is way too far forward. So, I'm curious. Transonic design, we raise the gear, we get this area curve. We do put a tail on it. Well, that actually reduces drag. It's queer, but works. I want these controlling pitch and nothing else. I want these also controlling pitch and nothing else. This controlling bit of pitch and roll. These are yaw, nothing else. And these are yaw, nothing else. Okay. Ought to work. What this landing gear is rated for, though. 20 tons. Jesus Christ. Really don't need that much. Yeah, 8 tons will do. You rated 8 tons. Okay. You're properly sized. If I do that, we'll get sufficient nose up that I think it'll be starting from a stable position. And maybe that works? We'll see. If not, we can add a yaw surface, but at this point, I don't think that that is the problem. I think that it is a... I think it's an issue of not having the center of lift far back enough. Which, it's very hard to offset those 40-meter wingspan wings, because they're fucking huge. We'll see. I can't remember if I took my vitamin D. I don't want to take more because I don't think it's a fat soluble one or a water soluble one. I think it is fat soluble. I don't want to like overdose on vitamin D if that's possible. All right. Oh, here we go. Maybe I need to take off a little later, but I don't know. Okay, there we go. Super stable. Ooh, can't roll it that much. Oops. All right, we'll do any roll around that we need to do at altitude. It seems to not like that. Alternatively, I can just have it take off in the opposite direction. Not preferable, but it'll work. I think. Okay, now it's really not... Okay, there we go. Really not wanting to take off. I have to look up at it this low to the ground. Because it, seems to really not want to roll. Might have this set. Oh, though. Yeah, it does that on a lot of my plans. Unfortunately. I designed some really cursed shit, and Ferrum does not like it. But it's technically aerodynamically sound. Let's see here. Uh, Goal is to just move the center of mass as far back as possible, because that should make it more, like, passively stable. You cursed shit? Never. Oh, you know it. Alright. Let me see if we can go ahead and start to roll this thing around. North, slightly west. We're gonna roll to level. Honestly, I need to probably kill this roll rate limiter a bit. That's wings level. And we are climbing. I'd like to be climbing more, though. So, we don't need to be anywhere near as fast as we're at right now. Like Mach... Last I tested, this thing was stable down to, like, Mach 0.3, 0.35 at, like, 20 kilometers. Which is a crazy figure. But... Yeah. Definitely lagging. Let me see if I can... I literally can't drop that anymore. Shit. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why we're lagging so much. Unfortunately, I can't super change this, I don't think. Hmm. Uh-oh. I maybe shouldn't be changing those live. Oops. Okay, that seems to have helped quite a bit. Oh, yeah. also gotta decide what Vocaloid we want for this. Uh-oh. Good morning, Eplib. Welcome. We're testing a very strange little X-plane. I mean, tailless. No vertical stabilizer, truss brace wing. It doesn't get much more exotic than this. At least in the subsonic regime. Next X-plane we're going to look at is probably the Mach 6 ramjet, but we'll see. What if it heard you talking about it? I think it would probably agree. Alright, let's enter into a climb. Gonna look up so that we don't lag, so that I can maintain control. Oop. Pause. 2 G's here. Fine with it doing a little bit of maneuvering. Oh, well that was literally acting against us. That would explain a lot. Well, I appreciate that you think that it's cute. I think it's a bit cursed, but I think it's also cute. Two things can be true at the same time. One man's curse is another cat's blessing. Suppose. Get this thing into a climb again. Off. Really not losing altitude. Oh. My controls keep sticking. This is not orbital, no. This is meant to be a stratospheric research plane, I think is the technical term. So it is meant to fly to ideally 30 kilometers altitude. To complete the contract, we only need to hit 22. But I would like to do a lot more than just complete the contract. So no, not quite 30. We're at about 22, but Not quite 22 either, no. But I know it can do 22. I'm just impatient and I keep trying to push it to climb faster. We're also lagging. That's not making it better. Helped slightly, but only slightly. I don't know. I need to figure out what's causing the lag. There's 22 kilometers, and we're flying completely stable. I know for a fact it can do that. Let's see here. We are falling, but we're gaining speed. We're gonna level off here. I'm gonna try and gain as much speed as I can. Just to, get it to be able to climb some more. Shit. My controls are not working very well. I do want to see if we can just kind of force it to climb. Because we're gonna stall. Alright, well, it can do 22. And also get this thing damn near straight vertical. Okay, it can do 22. I'm willing to call it there. The next question is, what do we want to do for this Mach 2 jet contract? Do we want to upgrade the X1, or do we want to build the next X-plane? The other thing is that we have a second round of X-planes coming. So I would like to start researching the technologies necessary for that. But in my sandbox save? This. Or rather this. This is the X4 that we have planned. Been working on this off stream, and it looks like a clusterfuck because it is. These are the Navajo ramjets, specifically, or the X4 ramjet, or no, what am I saying? Fish ramjets, specifically the ones actually made for the Super Hustler. These could do Mach 6. These are the SR-71 engine. This plane can take off from a runway and hit Mach 6. I don't know if I want to do this for the X-15 contracts, if I even can, or if I want to have this be unpiloted. But yeah. A balloon? Is this a balloon? I'll have to reconfigure these to be shielded. But essentially my question is, do we want to do something like this as our F2 or F-104 Mach 2 contract plane? Could. And it would be kind of fun. I don't know. It's the other option that I looked at. I'm gonna save this the X4. The other option that I looked at was the X3. One. Yes. I looked at this, which is kind of a Delta Wing X-15 type plane. These tails are literally ripped off of whoever made the X-15 in the RO Discord. And it just has an F-104 engine. And it can go Mach 2. And this... if this works... it's definitely a bit, unconventional, but it does work. Move these back. Not what I meant. Look. I don't know if that is more or less aerodynamic, but... alright. I'll catch you later. But yeah, that is kind of my thought. And then eventually we will put the X-15 engine on it. Or something else. I'm kind of leaning towards something that is kerosene powered, so I can put the kerosene in the wings. But I don't know that RP-1 engines let you do that. Does this have a configuration where it is running off of RP-1? Oh, well, it won't tell me. No, that's ethanol. Surely the RD-100 does. Fuck, that's also ethanol. I think these are all going to be ethanol. Hmm. Kerosene? You are kerosene. Okay. And like actual kerosene, not... Okay. So they do have rocket engines, presumably, that are going to be kerosene. Um, and we can use the wings to store that propellant. It'd be a little jank to set up, but I don't see why we couldn't. But it's like, is this the best way to do this? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. And is this the one where yes, I did an internal fuel tank so I can switch the skin to shielded. Because in the advanced X-Planes program that I'm working on, we're going to need an X-15 that can go Mach 8 or so, and also can sustain hypersonic flight for quite a while. Which is the other thing that kind of just brings me to the X4, is this can sustain hypersonic flight for damn near indefinite period of time. But it can't go Mach 8, it can go Mach 6. So they're gonna be two different things. I don't know. This is a very old design. Let's see here. Save. 3 Jet A. It's just that, I guess. And rip the end off. Fueled. Liquid ammonia, liquid oxygen, hydrogen. Or no, high test peroxide. We put any of that in here. No. Okay. Let me go see what kerosene engines we're going to be unlocking soon. Specifically airlightable ones. Oh, there's an ad. I will be right back then. I'm gonna go get some water. Let's see here. Am I still working? Yes. So, that's ground light only, so that's not going to help much. That's only rated for 60 seconds of burn, so that's also not going to help much. That is 3 minutes of burn time? So the XLR 125 could theoretically be a solution. Now, I really think that it's X1, X15, or X2 engines. I think that's about it. So, hmm. At that point, I might just stick with the X1 engine because we at least know that it works. Uh, but yeah. Okay, follow-up question. Can the X1 go hypersonic? Like, cursed idea, objectively, but try with this engine. We can always switch it over to the better version. Uh, uh, okay. That center of mass is gonna change some, but that's alright. Stringer. Gonna do about 25% on here. We'll do 50 here. Uh, okay. Let's... Because I have just a straight up X15, and I can look at the Delta V that that had and know if we're on the right track. This has about, we'll call it 2,800. So we're probably not going to have enough Delta V. Unless we can improve this somehow. I want to see what this is. Are these... Okay, that's the pressurized stone. Okay. Like, let's say we do these engines. Do drop tanks. And I'd prefer not to do, but we might have to do. Hold on, though. I mean, kind of getting there. We don't have quite the Delta V, but that might be sufficient to upgrade the X1 for hypersonic. We can also use these single-use engines, which do get better performance, but we would have to switch them out after every single flight, and that's not ideal. That's option number one. And option number two is build a new plane. Uh, let's see here. Move these. That we just about squeeze them in. We can hollow that out more if we need. Let's. Those are empty. That's 4 minutes of burn time, and we're not getting the performance we need. Oh, that is with the beryllium ballast, though. I forgot was in here. Still not performing as it needs to. Ethanol 75, can we put that in the wing? Yes. We can fit more fuel in here. Here we go. Alright, I need a calculator. So, let me plug this in. 1.42 times 2 plus 1.03 times 2, which is 2.06. 4.9 thousand liters of ethanol. Now, go in here, we get this open. And we can close that. We cut this back to about there. We're getting maximum delta V returns. So 1.79. Okay. So 1790. So thereabouts. Then we can fill the rest up with that. And we get so much goddamn delta V. Holy shit. Problem is, these have a max burn time of 5 minutes, and we are exceeding that. At least I want to say it's 5 minutes. Yeah, it's 5 minutes. So we'd have to cut back a little bit. But even there, we're getting pretty damn good performance. How well would 4 engines fit? What is the best way to do that? Kinda like that. And I mean, poorly. But how'd it work though? Like, it's heavy as hell and it's performing poorly, but it does technically work. So is this the XLR 99 or the 11? The 11. Okay. Interesting. That works. Not amazing, but it works. Hmm. Save. Now, if we get this, we need 1959 orbital rocketry, but it does get a shit ton of upgrades. 298 maximum ISP versus whatever this was. Let's see. 230. It's hard to argue against that. It really, really is. Hmm. I guess we can service module tank it and put fuel in the wings that way, but it just feels bad. I don't know. But, like, we have to make a decision here. Because we either upgrade the X1 to do Mach 2, or we build a new plane to do Mach 2. I think we're gonna upgrade the X1. I want to make sure it can do it, but it has a thrust to weight ratio of 1.3, so like if this thing can't go supersonic, or Mach 2 rather, be in a little bit of trouble. You're gonna need better air intakes. 600. Do like that. Do that, and then kind of budget a bit and get that working. That is 0.24, we'll call it. Needs 0.1, 0.18. So that should actually work in terms of like meeting its air intake needs. Let's see if this can fly. See if it can hit Mach 2. And after this, we're going to be doing sounding rockets. We need to get those film contracts done. We also probably need to get some crew science done with the X-Planes, but we definitely need to get the film returns done. So... Alright. Oh god, I don't know if these are... No, they seem to be upgraded. We'll see if they're sufficient. I don't think they broke. Nope. No. Absolutely hauling ass. I'm gonna actually put this thing into a bank that we can fly more or less due north. Actually, we're gonna fly a little west. We're just gonna climb until we probably level off around like 10,000 meters, maybe 12 to 15. Basically just wherever the sweet spot of drag to thrust is, that we can actually hit Mach 2. I want to say RO defines as 650 meters per second, which we're not accelerating super fast, but we're also on a pretty steep climb, so I'm hoping we can actually hit that. We'll see. We might just not be aerodynamic enough. Who knows? Thing is very happily climbing. Probably higher than we need to be, but I'm not gonna put it into a dive. I'm just gonna let it kind of climb to wherever it wants to be, and once we stop accelerating quite as quickly, I'll level off the nose. Okay. We got the eastern seaboard within landing range. In case we need to actually burn through every little drop of fuel that we got, we reserve that ability. Alright, we are slowing the acceleration a bit. Pitch down. Be careful though not to actually put her into a dive. At least not much of a dive. That's probably fine. While we're kind of just flying in a stable configuration, let me get my files open and look at what X-Plane defines Mach 2 as? Or what the X-Plane's program defines Mach 2 as? 625 to 650, okay. Thinking we may not hit that, but we'll see. We also can be in a 10 meter per second dive. If we need to be. So that also helps. Pitch down a little bit. Same. How much thrust are they generating? Not much. Probably because of our altitude, but we'll see. There are other jet engines that we have access to, and I can always change to something a little bit more powerful, but I kind of want the minimum required power on these things just so that we have fuel reserves. That said, I feel pretty confident that we're not going to be doing this. So, I don't know. Let me put it in like a sharp descent. I'm going to try and pretty much level off the nose entirely and see if it can manage. Because eventually, our downward velocity will cancel out with the fact that we're going faster and we're deeper in the atmosphere. And we'll kind of bounce. I'm not worried about hitting an altitude where, like, the engines overheat or anything. But I just need this thing to accelerate a bit quicker because we're running out of fuel. Cutting it real close. Here's another thing I can do. Is that a fuel? That is. Okay. Push everything to the back. Both wings. And pump all the fuel into the tail. I think that's all of the fuel. Could be at least. Yeah. We're also lagging here, but what else is new? We're technically Mach 2, but we're not RP-1 Mach 2. Not yet, at least. The nose up a little bit, just so that we can not descend past, ideally, 15 kilometers. At time warp to see how fast we're actually accelerating. Pretty slow. Maybe fast enough. And Ferrum's not warning us about high dynamic. Ah. So these engines can't do Mach 2. Well, they can do Mach 2 to Ferrum, but they can't do Mach 2 to RP-1. Okay. We're gonna probably need something rated for like 2.4 then. It's weird that the X-Plane contract uses Ferrum Mach 1 for the original, like break the sound barrier, but not for anything else. I don't know if they're in the process of rotating that over. or if that was an intentional choice. But yeah. 2.2. We were using which one? RT9? 31 versus 30. Way too big. Yeah, I think Sapphire's pretty much our only choice. So, goes off. He's on. Put a little bit more fuel in it. Do about 50% air. Gonna bring these forward. See how that works. Really don't know what to do beyond that to get the X1 doing Mach 2. I mean, we have the J75, I think it was, but that will not fit on this vehicle. It also doesn't show up in the VAB. That's another thing. I don't know what that is, but we have a couple jet engines that are just missing from the VAB. We have them unlocked, and I can load craft files that have them, and they load properly, and they have the parts and such, but they're missing from the VAB for some reason. So, I don't know what that is. God damn. My fucking bad, bro. Please climb. Please climb. How fucked are these wheels? Decently. Oh god, Jesus. Nope. Oh. Alright. Let me just air launch this. See where that gets me. Uh, we'll see how well that works. God, I really want a second Red Bull. I've already had a cup of coffee and a Red Bull, and I really should not have that much caffeine. I just want like a sweet little beverage. Probably shouldn't have even had the first Red Bull. I hope it just turned on autopilot, not off autopilot. Okay, tight. Stop climbing. Here we go. Hmm. Also wonder if this aerodynamic design is just not compatible with Mach 2 Plus. It's not exactly the most elegant body type. Oh shit, I also should have checked to see if these things need more intake area than they're getting. Does kind of feel like it. We may just be testing X-Planes all stream. Yeah, I don't... It doesn't feel like these are getting enough air. I have a couple of ideas. I'm gonna put the RD9s back on. Well, no, because those just straight up couldn't handle the temperature. It wasn't an aerodynamic problem at that point. Alright, 262. 23. Not technically, but I mean, fucking. We do actually have a bigger size of these, I want to say. Which, I mean, these are going to be too big, but I'd rather have too much intake than not. Do like that, maybe? Actually, hold on. Because of these. Hmm, not a great fit. I've also seen worse. That looks kind of atrocious. Um, do that. That'll work. reanalyze the area curve. We might some benefit pulling these back. Let me raise the gear, because it doesn't matter how aerodynamic it is, if the fucking gear's down, we're not going to be breaking the sound barrier. That's decent. Not amazing, but it's decent. Yeah. The other thing that I want to do need it to be that long, probably. Yeah, and that does reduce drag quite a bit. It looks silly, but honestly, if I painted it, it doesn't look that bad. Okay, I'll play ball. Switch that back. Oh. There we are. Okay. Save. You have kerosene in the wings. Good. Got kerosene in the tail now. Lower the landing. Put a little back. Should be fine. Oop, not what I meant to do. Honestly, I'm wondering if we take off the horizontal stub. That actually adds drag. Because reasons. This is offsetting the wings slightly. Things like that do intrinsically make sense to me aerodynamically, but then I think about it and I'm just like, why does taking a surface off make the drag worse? But I don't know. It gets into all the like supersonic nonsense that allows things like the I think it's the X-59, the silent supersonic plane, to work. Where it's just like, we create a billion shockwaves and they all fucking cancel out. Um, because supersonic aerodynamics is not entirely straightforward. Because you have like flow separations and shock fronts, and all sorts of other bullshit that I mostly understand because I have passed fluid dynamics, but it's jank. It's for sure a little weird. I don't know. This is also just so fucking. I need to re-angle, but that's fine. Kind of a weird hourglass figure we got going on here, but that's fine. Keep an eye on these, because they're supposed to fail around 90. Yeah, they're good. Ooh. Okay. Alright, let's beef up the landing gear a little bit. Let's beef up the landing gear a little bit, and we will maybe try and shift the center of mass a little further back. I'm not 100% sure what the solution is here. We remove that. Still gives us about as much fuel as we had. Take a look at this. That works. Up the lane. A ton. A bit. I also want to fill it out a bit more. And bend the wheels, because it a little less than that, because we want the nose gear touching the ground before the rear, just so that it can take off a bit easier. Also want grab the fucking wheel. Alright. That a little further forward. That should that should work. Very heavy emphasis on should, but that should work. I'm gonna snooze the ads so that I can get a good flight in. I don't know. Oop, that is way too far forward. Might be able to... Might be able to do the trick. Hold. Yeah. There we go. Whoop. Nope. Thought I might be able to get away with it. Um, save, simulate, go. If this doesn't work, these engines can't do it. We don't have anything that fit on this plane. Can. Means extensive redesign. Means probably just a new plane. But we'll see. Kind of tough to say what the better solution is here. Okay, that was rocking around a good bit. That should still be pretty easy to get off the ground. Little yaw just to get it back down the center line. Little more. Oop. Oh, because we don't have autopilot enabled. Fine, buddy. Here we go. Gear retracted. Or retracting. Gear up. Banking. Try and not overstress the airframe. We're not overly fragile, but I don't want to find out what the aerodynamic limits of this thing are. It's level. Full throttle. Climbing. Vehicle's supersonic. Keep this up so I can keep an eye on these thermals. We're not really in a situation where I need to just yet, but probably will be before long. Other benefit, other than, you know, less drag with altitude, is way better fuel consumption. Hopefully have more time to accelerate. Might level off here. Accelerating mode. Pump. Fuck is that about? Oh, it's because I have this open, isn't it? Yep. That's weird. But, alright. If that center of mass. Get into the tail. And this is, to anyone who's not understanding what I'm doing or why I'm moving fuel around, this is trimming. So, essentially, this will shift the center of mass closer to the center of lift so that we need to do less control to pitch up and down. And that reduces, obviously, the amount of wing that we're exposing to, or the amount of, I think these are elevons and ailerons that we're exposing to the airflow, and therefore we're going to get better drag performance. So, hope that makes sense. If not, I probably did a bad job explaining it, but I'm gonna climb this thing because I think we need to be way higher. It's looking like these are working better relative to the altitude, but they are just not quite doing it in terms of overcoming drag. Hmm. It's so weird though, because the RD9s really seemed like they could have done it. So I might try and go back to the RD9s. Just see. Sorry this is an X-Plane stream today, but yeah, it's just not looking like the Sapphire can do it. Christ. Wanna run an ad? Run to the restroom? I'll be right back. Alright. I know y'all are still in an ad. You want to see something. Namely, how big is this? Just probably too big. Definitely too big. Is this even a tech node? No. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna try some shit. I got two ideas. Number one is this. but just fuck. Why? Hold on. Why are you only attached to one side? Thank you. So, number one is this. Number two is very cursed, but it is basically just creating a single large monolithic jet engine underneath and doing the F-104 engine. I don't want to do that. So we're going to try not to do that. But I want to see what other jet engines we have in this second supersonic node. I think is advanced supersonic, mature being the third. But yeah, let's see. I want to see if there's some that are just, for whatever reason, not showing up in the VAB. I don't reckon there are. Sapphire, Avon. There are some that are not showing up. Namely this one. J57 and maybe Avon. Now, I have first ways to make these show up. Definitely not ideal. But edit the craft files directly. If I can figure it out. Let's see. See if I have the Avon. This one also is too. But I do have if I can find it, this J57, which is the non-afterburning variant, but it is the right size, which makes me think that it could work. Like the afterburning one could work. So let's see here. Baseplane hangar, the X1 Megamine Rin upgrade path. J57. Is that the... Yeah, J57. Megamine Rin upgrade path. J57 dot craft. Okay. Let's see here. ROJT3C. See. Hmm. I don't know what the JT3C is. I'm looking at the config file, to be clear. Maybe I can't switch these engines? Hmm. Oh, there it is. RO dash RD9. So if I do RO dash J JT3C. Okay, let me see if it is called the JT3C for some reason. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of shit that y'all can't see. Um, J57. It is. I'm gonna try just renaming that. And we'll try and open the file, see if it works. Uh, no, doesn't. Okay. That's fine. Let's see. Parts are dependent. AJE, I think. J57. What is this called? JT3C? It might just... fucking see. Ash? Oop, the wrong craft file. Not just a dash. Uh, JT3C, not JTC. Okay, now I might have to look at the AJE parts file and see what that's doing. Let's see. Parts Z final? The AJE J57. At least that's what it's called in the config. But that's not working. Mm-hmm. Let me see if it's because I put it on symmetric. Because that could hypothetically. This. Reload, yes. J23C. Underscore J57. Save. What is the @name field? That is the @name field. God damn it. um. Shit. Hmm. Let me just save the config as it was. This doesn't have the afterburning config, surely. It doesn't? But also, for some reason, the U2 engine just has Mach 2 as, like, the temperature limit, which doesn't feel right. But I'm willing to yes and the RO devs on this one and just assume that they're telling the truth. Um, put more fuel here than we have here. That's not. But I want to. Okay, so it is a bit more allegedly Mach 1 drag, but it's also better area ruling. So I don't fully understand. I'm not going to pretend to. Four, 5, 4, 8. Okay, so it gets a lot worse. It's not like the worst thing in the world. That'll do. These engines are also slightly too big, but fine. We can iron out the kinks in a bit. swear, if we're gonna use the fucking U2 engines to go supersonic, I don't know. That feels so cursed. But whatever. We also might do water injection to boost takeoff performance. Because again, what the fuck ever. Um I don't know. We're a little bit stuck here. But I want X-planes to be moving as quickly as possible, and we can just modify the X1 to be a Mach 2 jet, and we can do that. And it could be a Mach 2 rocket plane. I don't see why it couldn't be a Mach 2 jet. We just need to get the engines right. This allegedly has worse sea level thrust to weight ratio despite having more thrust. I don't fully understand that. It's also taking off way easier. So maybe that's just not true. Oh, fuck. Once again, forgot to, activate autopilot. Hey, Comrade Cassie. We are currently trying to break Mach 2 with the U2 engines because I don't have the proper engines. Also, I took, sip of water from what little water I have. I will hydrate properly in a bit. And essentially, there is an afterburning variant of this that just doesn't show up in my engines. I don't know what that's about. I'm gonna see, because the way that I did it with the J75, I think it was I just got the craft file from somebody in the RO Discord that was using that engine, and it worked. So I'm gonna see if there's somebody that uses the afterburning J57. Okay, I might have found... Let's see. I forgot, I do actually have, the stiletto, I think, in one of my saves. But I forgot the X3 stiletto used this engine. It just couldn't break the sound barrier because it was kind of built poor. I mean, these can go supersonic, so let me see if I can get the afterburning one. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Alright. So, allegedly, should have this. Be able to merge it in. But, ah! It can't load the engine. God fucking damn it. Um, this. Okay. Cut, paste. HJ4 is the name of this person's craft file. And anything older than that is going to be using the old tank system, so it's not going to work. Let's see. If I just search Mach 2 in craft files, the Sapphire can apparently do it. Uh, I have questions. Well, I don't have questions. I have ideas. Oop, that was not meant to be capitalized, but that will do. This is the idea. I get this. Get this. Hollow cylinder. That should work. Okay. That. Don't like that. Promise there is a bit less absurd shit coming. That. Done. Well, I said a bit less absurd. That's still not great. This was the other idea that I had. Um, Basically just crotch rocket it, and then we have intakes either side. So we would do, or not these. So this is like the brute force solution. Nothing else works. That will work. But really prefer to not have to do that. Let's try those. Not the one. This one? Perhaps? Yeah. No. Yes. These are the RD9s. The RD9s. Um. What is the Sapphire rated for? I want to say it's not even rated for Mach 2. Oh, it is. I'll be damned. I think we might have just been testing the Sapphire. Running out of ideas. But this should work. Really, really should. Well, probably should look at the numbers. Put the gear up. At Mach 2. At 15 kilometers or so. That's perfectly stable. That's a good area curve. .392 is our wave drag with or without the tail. We can get it lower. Let's try that. It's a slightly... I just shook my entire microphone. Okay, cool. It is still working now. Slightly different shape. So we would have to like retool, but I think... I actually don't think we can tool wings at all. So that really isn't a factor. So we're good actually. Um... Yeah. Try filling back here. How does... Oh, a lot. Well, it doesn't. Seven. Six. That seems to be about the sweet spot. Okay. For the gear. Just a hair forward. Roll. But yeah, I really just don't want to have to build a new X-plane for Mach 2. Like, altitude, we're definitely gonna have to. Hypersonic, we're definitely gonna have to. But Mach 2 seems like something that we can probably do with the X-1. Like, I think Mach 3 or 4 rocket, Mach 2 jet seems well within the capability of this thing. And I'm really just trying to use all my X-planes to the maximum degree of their ability. Uh, you actually have... Okay, we have autopilot enabled. Try and start taking off. Ooh, gear broke. Right, we'll have to readjust the gear, but that's fine. We can pull this thing into a real tight turn. Get ourselves pointed along the shoreline. So that as soon as we're done, we can touch down. Not that that's overly important for a simulated flight, but, you know. Trying to be thorough. Snap wings to level, throttle all the way up, and climb like hell. Because I don't want to overstress the airframe. We don't have to. I'm still rolled. Things. There we go. But yeah. Eplib and Cassie, because I don't think I asked you or Kerbal Boy for that matter. But Kerbal Boy's gone now. How are y'all doing? How have the past couple weeks been? I, for one, am doing pretty fucking good. Because I have a job interview tomorrow. For a job that I think I am overqualified for, so I am riding high on that. Why did we climb and then just start rapidly descending? What is happening? Okay, it is sorting itself out. That was scary. I think we just lost pitch authority. But not 1,000% sure. I'm gonna try and fly this at a lower altitude. Because we can get more thrust. And I mean, it will climb. Like, it will... We get enough speed, this thing is gonna climb. No matter what attitude it's in. So... I can just focus on speeding up. Everything else is secondary, and... Hopefully... 625 is within grasp. This entire stream is just Lucy tries to coax a jet into going supersonic for real for 3 fucking hours. I guess I was doing altitude explains earlier. So, in my defense, it has not been the entire stream, but... That, causing less drag, more drag, etc. I think less? I also don't know. Well, we've climbed through high dynamic pressure. We'll see if that becomes an issue again, but... I kind of feel like we're gonna have to do it at 15 kilometers. So I'm gonna just climb the plane up to that point, level off, and then go for it. Because, this shit ain't doing it. The only jet engine that has gotten us anywhere near has been the RD-9. So I might just have to use the upgraded version of the RD-9. I don't want that to be the case, but I think it might be. This reset? No. I'll try and nose down a bit here. Just absolutely send it. Hopefully this works. It is really not speeding up much. Ah, fuck. Okay. I just don't understand, because the RD9s are not supposed to get more thrust than the Sapphire or the uh, J57, I think it was. But I wonder if their like mock designation or mock design MDES value in the AJE config is higher, so that their peak thrust occurs at a faster speed. This shit off. Plop this on here. Oop. Do it symmetrically though, please. Thank you. RD9. Yeah, because 31 kilonewtons dry or wet versus 36 kilonewtons. But this does have an afterburner, so fucking maybe that's it. Maybe that's all the difference is. So want to see. He could like to find something if we needed to with a third jet engine. I don't want to jump to that just yet. I'm gonna try with this engine again. I'm just gonna get high as shit. So that just focus on that. Go from there. Because if we're super high, the temperatures will be better. I think Mach number is also going to be higher. So if it is just a function of Mach number, the engines are going to overheat. But if it takes altitude and pressure and temperature into account, we should be okay. Going to be less drag. I don't know, because these are the only ones that have performed anywhere near decent above like 15 kilometers. So might be the best I can do without needing the third tech node. All right, I'm gonna do the trick. Hit the brakes. Come on. All right, fuck it. Air launch this. I don't want to worry about takeoff. I just want to see if I can get up speed up to altitude. I don't really give a shit about anything else. Take the autopilot. Sake. Auto strut these because they're like clipping in. There we go. Afterburner, send it. 'Cause, yeah, I was doing it at like 15 kilometers previously. We can do it at 20, we will be fine. Does mean I need to accelerate quite a bit here so that I can stop climbing, but... or stop falling, rather. Start climbing again. But... that's pretty doable. It's just gonna be a game of managing speed and altitude. Because it can and very much will accelerate to a point that it kills itself. Okay, we're climbing really fucking well now. Get this pulled up so that I can keep an eye on like exact thermals. Actually, hold on. I want to ballast a bit. Cool. I feel no. Okay. In. Why can it? Oh, because the wings are empty. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? "17 kilometers. You're leveling this bitch off. Try and hit this speed. We're gonna probably descend a good bit, but we will also climb once we bottom out there. Well, shit, I said that we're gonna descend a good bit, but we're leveling off pretty quick. We may not even dip below 17 kilometers. That is what I'm hoping for. Yeah, and we're climbing at 17,050. And we're about 100 meters per second short, so we're not out of the weeds just yet, but We are getting there. And it looks like we're getting there faster than the temperatures are getting there. Have some decent confidence. Down a bit. Wing tanks are still completely empty. So, center of mass probably is only going to shift forward from here, which is not great. Also putting this into a bit of a dive. I'm hoping that we don't dip below 17 kilometers. I don't know. We're at Mach 2, which is allegedly our limit, but we're also quite a bit higher. I'm hoping that makes a difference. It's close. No, we're not going to be able to do it. I don't think. Put us into a climb. But like a sustainable climb. God. Like 605. We're 20 meters per second short. Come the fuck on. That's all she wrote. We need like Mach 2.2 rating. Just that hair more to do it. Fuck. About to run ads. Let's see what the next config's rated for, and I'll see y'all on the other side. That'll totally. I just. Ah! I don't want to have to wait. I don't want to have to wait for the tech node. Just give it to me now. God fucking damn it. Ah. This is too. Uh, that. That'd work. Oh, but that's also mature super. Like, shit. They might just all be mature super. Mature supersonic. Mature super. Yeah, so we can't even, like, ramjet it. Alright, welcome back, everyone. This is the upgraded RD9, and it will just straight up work. So, does mean that we're gonna have to wait for mature supersonic flight, which is not what I wanted, but if it's what it takes, it's what it takes. Uh, Ultimately, it is what it is. Not my favorite. Now, I do want to go look at the tech tree. Because I want to see what other technologies we should be researching. Also, is there anything we can admin? Yes. Let's see. We'll handle that in a sec. That unlocks balloon tanks. We're gonna need that eventually, because that also gets you orbital rocketry. But I don't know. Rocket engines that are honestly kind of mid. Uh, Early science, which we are going to need. Don't necessarily need right now. Uh, percent cut in math. Yeah, I think that that's probably more important in the short term. I do want to see if we can turn Longinus into an orbital class rocket, and if so, what is that going? I do have plans for shortly around or shortly after 6 o'clock. Speaking is crazy. All right. Sorry, I'm texting people about tonight's plans. Okay, so it looks like I was once upon a time looking at this very question. Are these pressure fed? They sure fucking are. Jesus. Okay. Okay. In these are using high pressure aluminum stringer. What about the avionics? Cutting down quite a bit of mass. Okay, all we have is that's that's not good. So I wonder. We really quick. So science core avionics prototype. That's some shit. Let's see. Hollow cone. What is your diameter? 625. Your diameter 1.4. Certainly gets us a lot more, but quite enough. Because essentially we could just spin stabilize. And that could work? That could work. Let me see. I never do solids, and I'm typically pretty against them. But the baby sergeants are really fucking efficient. Let me see what that's about. See how far down the tree those are, and, you know. Alright. So I don't know if baby sergeants are like here. Okay. For Van. Sounding rockets. This was my question. Where did the Diamante rocket? Unfortunately, they come in really late. Not amazing. Wait, how much does this weigh? 21 kilograms. We're talking. I don't think. Well, actually, no, really not much. Hmm. He's like mid for fourth throw. 56 seconds. They are more reliable though. Let's switch to these. Because this could at least, I mean, it's going to require 56, 57 orbital rocketry, but it is reliable. Uh, this is 50 seconds? Yeah. thing. $8,700 is honestly close enough that that might be enough to get to. Hmm. Minute 50. Okay. That's enough to get to orbit. And they can gimbal, which means that if say one fails, they can control. We don't need fins because, well, we probably would need fins actually, but that's all we would. Uh, Holy shit. Okay. Um, Longinus 2. Let's get started because it's gonna need avionics, which is another thing that I don't have yet, and that is gonna make this heavier and therefore cut into margins. But I don't know. All the way up. Make this 3.2 meters on the bottom. About EA long. Super fucking thin. Need 75 tons. Onyx. Oh, avionics prototype. Means that we actually can go quite a bit thinner. Ooh, maybe not that much. And that might actually add enough weight that we need to have more. Oh, fuck. Because we added way more fuel, so yeah, it's gonna weigh more. Alright. 105? It's tight margins. Um, but I don't see any absolute showstopper reasons that it should not work. Because we can do this, and do this. I forgot to do the bulkheads. They're going to be smaller. Means that we don't need as much avionics. So we can make an orbital rocket if this. It is incredibly thin margin. But it can be done. Kind of want to see if it works. Um, yeah. Let's get some launch clamps. I'll call this the Longinus 1A, because it's really not a new design, it's just an improved uh, set of engines, essentially. I'll do better fins bit, but that should be good enough for now. Say 1.8 off the pad is bad. It's probably not detrimentally bad, but it's not good. I don't know. Really is giving like fuck ass universal rocket, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. So, ascent guidance. Oh god, I forgot that I have to set all this. Um, Oh, Christ, it's... Oh god, it's 3 different windows now? Why? Why? Guidance. 2? I guess? Target periapsis is... Uh... Basically as low as I can get it, so yeah. Um... Let's see, how long do these stages take to light? About a second. Uh, about a second. So, let's hot stage 0.9 seconds. Uh, Send it, I guess? Oh, I gotta tell it to, like, start fucking turning, don't I? Um, yeah, turn it 50 meters. Where's the, like, degrees per second? Ah, there we are. Do 0.75. Or 0.75 degrees. I think this thing is gonna need to pitch over pretty aggressively. Um, Spin a stage up? Okay. Oh, that is way too steep. I want to see that it stages properly, so I'm just gonna keep things going. Alright. For to launch. God, so much has changed since I played RO and RP-1. I don't like it. Let's start pitching over at 100 meters. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm still gonna keep this going because I want to see if it spins the stage up. Which it's not gonna be able to, but I would be able to tell because it's gonna put a roll input in. No. Okay. Not what it's doing. Okay. I'm learning. I'm learning things. But still quite confused. Fuck, I forgot to hit engage again. God fucking damn it. If the margins weren't so tight, I would just pilot the damn thing myself, but I think it's gonna be too tight for that. I might pilot the final stages by myself. I think that I might have to. Hold on. Age autopilot. 75 meters per second. 0.6, we'll call it. Uh, last stage is 3. Or no, last stage is 2. Oop. What the fuck just happened? Oh god damn it. I pressed 1 and that's fucking bound to for some reason. I was trying to adjust the staging. I need to just let this try and fly itself. Neck jab is killing me. Jab is fucking killing me. Alright. That staging looks fine to me. Send it. That might be too aggressive, or that might be not aggressive enough. I can't really tell. I also might need fins on this second stage, but we'll see. I'm thinking it's going to be deep enough, or well, high enough in the atmosphere to not need fins, and it has gimbal. So, yeah, we got control. We're alright. Um, Fuck it, we ball. I don't think this is gonna make it, but I can watch back the footage and I can figure out why. I think we just didn't climb far enough um, before getting there. But it is saying that we're only gonna be 285 meters per second short of orbit, which is pretty fucking good. Uh, like we can work with that. There's definitely things that we can cut down on mass like this. Uh, Currently, it's, I mean, even getting better. So, we might make it. It's just gonna be really fucking tight if we do. But this is a prime candidate for first orbital rocket if it does make it. It just might not make it. The other thing is that we're slightly off center, and that's also gonna hurt us here. So, right. We are short. How much? Uh, here's the. Ah, we don't have it. Okay. Oh, fuck, dude. We're really close. We're really, really close. Like, I think we're close enough that if this could somehow, like, maneuver itself, which it's not going to be able to, obviously, we could just use spin motors to circularize. Um, which hold the fuck because we're spin stable. So we do this, and we can time warp Apo, which is about there. Yeah, we're not perfect. Because my thinking is that we could probably put reverse-facing spin motors to just kind of, like, nudge us. But that only works if we're pointing perfectly retrograde at apoapsis. We're not pointing perfectly retrograde until, like, 180 kilometers on the way back down. So that's probably not going to work. I want to give it one more try, though. Holy shit. That was close. That was really, really close. That was a good, solid launch attempt. Hmm. All right. Try 80 meters per second. These take, yeah, about a second to spool up. I'm kind of wondering if it won't just take care of itself. Whoop. Never mind. Never mind. That was looking damn near perfect. Ah, just need a little bit more juice. I'm gonna give it a little bit more pitch. But other than that, that literally felt perfect. It was so close. After this launch attempt, though, I do have to go, unfortunately. But it is so close to making it. Which is so crazy, because this is an orbital rocket that we can start testing now in, like, 1951. Alright. I'm gonna do 0.85. Uh, hot stage it a little early. Hopefully maintain all it. Hmm. I'm gonna try hot staging it a full second early. I will say though that that path looked really solid. We were on a good heading and pitch. Uh, hmm. I had to manually stage it there. I don't know why it's not hot staging. I really don't. But that's fine. We got it in the end, so... Oh, we are wobbling all over the fucking place. It's still only predicting 265. So I'm gonna let it do whatever it wants to do. And if it thinks that it can make us get there, then I will let it. But I don't think there's any way that we make it. Now it's saying we have more than enough Delta V. But again, I think that this is assuming it all goes to the correct places. Yeah, we're still short. We're close though. Definitely gonna have to come back to this next stream. But that is unfortunately gonna be it for today. Because I have evening plans. So I will see y'all lovely people probably next Monday. Uh, yeah, until then, thank y'all for coming out. I'll see you around.